Hello, hi, hello. Hold on. What are you bringing to the party? I'm bringing a monster that I'm cracking open right now. Fuck zodiac signs. What's your favorite pumpkin, not pumpkin. What's your favorite monster flavor? Although I do really like pumpkin pie. I don't know how they would pull it off, but if Monster could do a pumpkin spice flavored something or another, I would buy it in a heartbeat. And Stitch, wait, no, we're not doing illustrations. Just doing art fight. Tax. There we go. What you waiting, what you waiting, what you waiting for? You don't drink Monster? Well, you're one of the smart ones. I am grossly addicted to caffeine. My advice to young artists, stay far away. Because as much as I love this stuff, good Christ, is it so bad for you. Every year if it happens, right? Yep, every month of July from midnight, actually no, from noon to noon, they changed it. Alright, let's get this one started. I'm on the wrong layer. So how have y'all been? I've been not really dying in the heat, but I know the real heat is coming, so I'm just mentally trying to fortify myself to get ready for when the heat wave fully hits. You can join right now. Like, even though Art Fight has already started, you could join at any time. But really, all you do is just sign up for the website, and then you can opt into, and you'll automatically be put into a team, or you can offer to, they give you the option to opt out if you just want to be a spectator, and then it'll mark your account as spectator so people won't attack you. But you can join at any time. It's just Art Fight is, July is when the actual competition starts. You can update your profile, add characters mid-season if you want. It doesn't matter. Hey, Rune. Sorry. Hey, Phoenix. Fuck, I'm so tired. I saw you wrote Rune, so that's what I read. The website's just called Art Fight. It's just artfight.com. Not my most embarrassing online blunder, but it's gonna be up there. Yep, good luck. Sometimes the site's a little janky, but that's just because there's like 3 people running the whole site. But I have less problems with Toy House than I do with Art Fight. But then again, I think more people do Art Fight than people use Toy House. Although I have noticed a lot of profiles on Art Fight link Toy Houses, so I think they go hand in hand, actually. Yes, I did see your attack. I just haven't left a comment yet, because I saw it and I'm like, oh, that's cute. I'm gonna leave a comment as soon as I do this other thing. And then I didn't. So... I was an oopsie. I did see someone else drew my character Chris, which was awesome. Finally got to see art of her. And I was like, alright, fine, I'll go to their profile and see, fucking hell, what characters I can revenge, and all of their characters are gone. Like, their profile has no characters on it for me to revenge, and I'm just, what? You bitch! I know they're not watching, and I didn't comment. I was like, oh my god, you son of a bitch, how am I supposed to revenge you if there's no characters up here for me to revenge? God damn it! Not your only blunder. Yeah. We don't have to talk about it. There. Wait, is her hair? It is. So, fuck. Alright, well, I'll just do her body and then draw her hair and wings on a separate layer? Question mark? Just thought Despicable Me 4 was so freaking good. I stopped caring after the Minions movie for the Despicable Me franchise. But I'm happy for Illumination that they're still going with that. That was like their first movie. I'm more excited about the fact that they now can make Mario movies. Those Mario movies were amazing. That Super Mario Bros. Movie was awesome. And so gorgeous. I hope they make more. I want Yoshi to actually appear. I mean, they kind of got a cameo in the movie, but I actually want Yoshi, like the character Yoshi, to appear in the film. I want a reference to Mama Luigi. Because that's one of my favorite episodes. You understand they're just for fun. Hey, Waffles. Talking about Despicable Me and the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Which was so freaking good. I'll sing that movie's praises till the day I die. Nothing can convince me otherwise. Oh, it's such a damn good movie. coming out. Yeah, I forgot when it's coming out, but I am actually very fucking excited for Transformers 1. My only gripe with it, like, immediately after watching the trailer, I immediately thought, why'd they call it Transformers 1 if we already have a Transformers movie from, 2007 that everyone just calls Transformers 1? Why wouldn't we call it Transformers Alpha? Because apparently it's, like, according to the trailer, they get their powers, or, like, their ability to transform, they get it from Alpha Trion. So why not call it Transformers Alpha? Because Alpha Trion gave them the ability to transform, but, who knows? Maybe it'll make sense afterward, or that'll just be a gripe I have with the movie. But either way, every clip I see of... Every clip I see of Transformers 1 just makes me laugh. Without fail. I admittedly do have a stupid sense of humor, but that doesn't mean the movie's stupid. The directors and the test screeners did say they put all of the funny moments in the trailer, while the rest of the movie is actually quite, I don't want to say serious, but it does have serious tones. Busy with driver school. No, it's fine. Phoenix, I've been okay. I just hate summer. I'm not doing well, very nauseous. Woke up. Oh, waffles. I don't know if you have any, but what helps with nausea is peppermint tea. Or just anything that's mint flavored. If you don't have peppermint tea, maybe try some mint gum. That'll help with your nausea. At least it helps me. Avoid dairy. Bananas and peanut butter. They don't actually help you with nausea, but bananas and peanut butter taste the same way coming up as they did going down, so... That's all the advice I've got. The hardest part is avoiding dairy for me, because my family, we're American, so we eat cheese. We put cheese on everything. Like, we just had enchiladas for dinner, and we put cheese on top of and inside of the enchiladas, because we can't be stopped. Cold food. Huh. With a bit of lemon juice. Huh, the lemon flavor. Okay. I thought, like, the lemon, like, the citrusy would make it worse because of it. Actually, no, it would dilute the acidity from the lemon, would dilute the acidity from your stomach acid, so when you do throw up, it won't hurt as bad. So that might be why it works. But I'm of the opinion, when your body has come to the point where it needs to vomit, is because there's something bad in your stomach and it just needs to kick it out. So don't fight. When your body's saying, hey, here we go, something's coming up, don't fight it. Let it go. Just blah. Let it all out. Sorry, my tear. And with that lovely conversation, welcome to any new viewers. Hi, hello. We talk about anything and everything under the sun that we can think of on this chat. Oh, that's wrong. Sometimes you need to puke from motion. So, yep, that too. That too. I always forget about, you know, like, things like motion sickness and vertigo because I hardly ever get it. I'll also get the kind of nauseous where, oh, I've eaten too much food. Now, if I even smell food or even look at food, I feel like I'm gonna kick it all back out. These get very sick on car trips. Oh no. Or like where I grew up, everything is an hour drive away. So if you get car sick, you're SOL, man, because everywhere we have to go, you have to drive there. No exceptions. So I'll use a smaller brush for that one. Because it's tending to be a finer, whatchamacallit. Bop. There we go. So a wee bit better. Don't ask me about the accent, man. Now I got that song stuck in my head. I got the song that was from the first Transformers 1 trailer going through my head. Which is a problem because I don't know any of the words except, like, the main bit of the chorus. Which is annoying as hell. But it's also funny that because I was first listening to it, I was like, really? They picked this song of all songs to play during their Transformers trailer? But then when I listened to the lyrics, I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Because I think the song is literally called You Make a Grown Man Cry. It's like, okay, that's genius. I think in some way they knew. In some way they knew fans were just gonna freak out. They're like, they made Transformers stupid and dumbed it down for kids. It's like, excuse you? Have you forgotten your own history? Transformers, fundamentally, is kind of stupid. Did you watch the original 80s cartoon? That was dumb as hell. But no, all the G-Winers seem to think that G1 is the best show ever made, and it's God's gift to humanity. And that anything that came afterward is just garbage. Junk! That's what you are! Junk! Silence! And it's a natural line that Optimus Prime said to Megatron in an episode. It was absolutely hilarious. He provoked him into a fight by just calling him old. Trying to get my wisdom teeth taken out in 3 weeks. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Because I sure didn't have any good luck with my surgery. Oh, hey, Chua. Fell a few times. Probably inhaled some lake water. Maybe that could be the reason. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, water, like, I get people think water parks are fun, but in reality, they're just not. Because if you think about it, water parks fundamentally just aren't fun. Playing in the water at the lake, fun. But, you know, you got the fish poo to worry about. You made a grown man cry. You made a grown man cry. I prefer river swimming over than lake swimming because lakes are cold. It's not to say rivers ain't, but rivers are typically a lot warmer than lakes are. Okay, that's better. Never been to a water park? Well, you're lucky. I don't hate swimming, but I just am more casual about it. I prefer hanging out at a pool, even though pools are terrible as well. But, you know, like, pools, you can just chill. And by extent, yeah, you can just chill at a river. You don't have to do anything crazy. But, like, water parks, especially, like, water parks with rides and slides and whatnot, ugh. Because it's a public area, they have to pump that water so full of chlorine, and it's just disgusting. I can't stand the smell. The smell makes me so sick. It gives headache. Shh, now time to do the... Hyper focusing on the wheels. Good enough. Now rinse and repeat. Couldn't be me, Phoenix. Man, if it's over 85, I'd start to complain. God, I hate summer so much. Oh, which reminds me, important question for research purposes. Alright, everyone. What is your favorite season of the year, and would you consider yourself an artist? Okay, those are my 2 questions. Favorite season, and do you consider yourself an artist? Okay, we got fall, winter, yes. Autumn, yes. Okay, that's 2. Spring, yes. Alright, alright. Doing math, doing math. Summer. And sort of a... Well, it doesn't matter if you're, like, good at it. Do you consider yourself, like, an artist? Okay, because I'm just doing some research for a possible future video. Alright, so we got fall, autumn, spring, summer. Okay. I'll take a screenshot of the chat later. Are you talking about general art or drawing specific? Any artistic... Any form of artistic expression, including, like, crochet, music, makeup. It's an art form. So, like, any form of creative expression. I know digital art and animation are the most common on the internet. That's because it's digital. Duh. And like Copics and whatnot. But yeah, I'm counting all of them. I need to put those on a separate layer. So hot, my onions cooked in the ground. Oh no! So glad my zucchini are doing okay. Am I right on the actual kid says yes. Yep, even theaters, art, performing arts. What am I gonna do for her? You know what? I'll do this space green because her... Wait, her hair... Hang on, let me put this up here. Hair and tail are these colors, but her wings are those. Okay. That's why come hither stare that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. We all have some place we'd rather be. Like me, I'd rather be in West Virginia. It is one of no, like, it's my dream place to live currently. For no other reason besides fall there is so freaking beautiful and the song. But I really just want to live there one day. Who knows? Maybe if that I go there and I move there and I absolutely hate it because they actually have a heartworm problem there because of it's more humid over there. But I don't know. It's currently raining in Charleston right now, or at least they're having a thunderstorm. So I'm totally not jealous. Like, at all. I need to turn down the extension. My real problem is it's not even like, what are we, the second week? Yeah, we're third. We're in the third week of July. We've got two more, after this one, 2 more months of summer. And I already miss fall. And I know here, fall does not last very long at all. We get like a week of autumn-esque weather, and then it's straight into freezing cold. All of September is hot as hell, sometimes even into October. But then there's a week where we have semi-bearable weather. And then it's just straight into bitter cold, chilling winds with no snow. And then sometimes we don't even get snow till February. Which should be illegal. For me, October is summer. Yeah, well, for here, sometimes it's not, but most time, yeah, September is definitely hot as hell. I tell you what really sparked off my love of autumn. Not really my love of autumn, but my current obsession with autumn is because I accidentally started listening to some vintage Halloween music. And I just really like fall. Which kind of keys into why I asked y'all what your favorite season was. But again, no spoilers. Okay, that's that. I'll share it eventually, guys. Chill out. Wish it rained every day. I get the summer depression. Every time I talk about the seasonal depression with summer, I grew up in an era where there was this one song that everybody sang that pissed me off so much. It's called Summertime Sadness. Ugh. I hate the song so much because it would always be constantly playing somewhere. And I hate it, but also at the same time, that's a mood, Gabriella. You watch Hell of a Boss too? Who doesn't? Honestly, who doesn't? I finally caught up on the other episodes, so yeah. I like this newest episode. I know a lot of people have problems with it because Stolas, you know, is like currently probably having a fling with that other imp, who is literally nicknamed Better Than Blitz, which I thought was absolutely funny. I thought it was hilarious. But in the wise words of Verosika Mayday, good for him. I hope he gets laid. And honestly, I do think those two need a break from each other. Because they just need to focus on bettering themselves first before they, you know, think about relationships. Especially since they've hurt each other so much. Not even... It wasn't intentional. So I don't blame either party. But at the same time, they need time apart. Just to focus on being better people apart from each other. Because a good sign that you're in a healthy relationship is they want you to be a better person. I'm trying to figure out this color palette. Hold on. So her shell is the same color. Okay, but what about her back? Is it... It goes straight into the... Okay, well, I'll just do this one. Like, if being with that person, or if two characters are together and they actually end up acting worse than how they were before they started dating, that's a sign of an unhealthy relationship, and they need to back out. Wait, hold up. So what's the opacity level on the hair? I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. I hope we get to see more of Verosika. Me too. I don't know why everyone hates her. I love Verosika. Yeah?
I just found out depression can cause epilepsy.
What?
The same part of the brain that makes you depressed is the same part that gives you seizures.
Oh.
Because I was watching Forensic Files and I was like, oh god, all these flashing lights are giving me a splitting headache. Like, why? Why are lights making me so sensitive? Because for the past few, like, months, anything that was really bright would give me a migraine.
Well, not to discredit what you've said,
No, but I mean,
you've always had a sensitivity to light.
Right. It's just now it feels like it's hitting me, like, in the face. It's stabbing me in the eyes. And I was just looking up, like, oh, why am I so sensitive to lights, like, all of a sudden? Like, majorly. And I was like, okay, yeah, migraines and everything is depression. And then I looked into depression and I was like, epilepsy! Seizures! And just went down a rabbit hole.
My chat's freaking out now.
I had no idea!
Apparently neither of us did either.
To be careful, Rob. Because people who have depression also have to take seizure medicine.
Really?
Because it's the same part of the brain.
Well, I knew that people who had depression were also on suicide watch.
Well,
I didn't realize that was also...
But yeah, people with depression have a higher chance of having epilepsy.
Okay.
Epilepsy?
Phoenix asked, are we talking all types of epilepsy or just light-sensitive epilepsy?
It just says a person with depression has an increased risk of epilepsy. I don't know if that means all types or just the specific type.
Did you hear that, Phoenix? Looks like it's just a general, a broad term.
They're saying that this may be due to the neurological changes, hormones, and specific medications.
Burner says people with autism also are more prone to epilepsy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, I was like, what? Because I was just looking it up. And
Yeah, I get it, Burner. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it also goes the other way. People with epilepsy are more likely to develop depression. And
Did that make sense to me?
It's just because the seizure part of the brain, or however you would say that, is the same part where depression comes from.
Really?
Which I didn't know.
Because I thought depression was stored in the emotions. Apparently not.
It affects the emotions.
Apparently not.
But yeah, I had to come say that because...
You walked in here like you just seen God.
Well, if I pass out randomly, we'll know. No. God, because I was like, I've been getting migraines for like the minor light difference. Like, I'll be in my room, which is slightly darker, and I'll walk outside and I'll be, or like outside of my room, and I'll be just like, God, it's so bright.
I think you should start wearing your sunglasses more
Just wear
often.
my sunglasses everywhere.
Wear your sunglasses indoors.
God, I had to stop watching this forensic episode because they had flashing lights like every 5 seconds. It was making me sick to my stomach.
Yeah. Yeah, the Forensic Files does have that flash transition.
That. They were doing like a test on wood with lasers.
Ah,
so it was that quick
yeah.
laser flash. And like I said, I was getting sick to my stomach.
I think on the screen settings you can even change the
Oh, I have my screen setting set to the lowest level that doesn't change color. And my light that I have on my desk is on its warmer tone, so now it's not as bright. But yeah, it's mainly flashing lights and the other lights that flicker. So,
flashing lights.
yeah, so it's all flashing lights pretty much.
Well, thank you for that nugget of information.
I know.
Now I'm gonna panic about that for the next few months.
Don't get depression, kids.
Yeah, don't get depression, kids. You'll just die of epilepsy.
Or don't get seizures, because then you'll get depression.
Yeah, or don't get just don't. It's like, have you ever tried just not having it?
Just don't function. Anyway, with that.
Don't be born.
With that in mind, I'm going to bed.
And stay off your phone.
I am so tired right now. I'm not going to be on it. Trust me.
Good gravy. For anyone new here, that was just my sister that just walked in. And yeah, apparently, depression gives you a higher risk of having seizures. Lovely. That's the wrong color. Pay attention to theory, kids. Goodness. And then we're back to yellow, back to yellow. Okay. I need to fix all that. That's gonna bug me. But first. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it, but at the same time, I never thought about it. Cold showers. I heard cold showers helps with epilepsy. Or at least if you're prone to seizures. I don't know if it's just epilepsy or just if you're seizure prone. That's wild. The more you know. Hey, Chua, did you piss on it? We have big brains that malfunction easily. Yes, the highest computing power. The chips with the highest computing power often have the most epic of crashes. Damn. Okay. There we go. That almost fixed it. Didn't get temperature drops or raised super fast. Usually. Yeah. Usually, like, in the, quote, wild, we could, like, all of our temperature changes were relatively gradual. And, honestly, fluorescent lights that, you know, the lights that they have in every public setting and schools, especially in America, fluorescent lights are scientifically proven to be absolutely detrimental to your health. Like, if you've got ADHD, the fluorescent lights are just gonna set you off. If you have ADHD, autism, same with epilepsy, because that shit flickers like a mofo. So, yeah. Welcome to Earth. We've purposely created a society that is detrimental to our health. Why? Fuck if I know. Greed? In the most tinfoil hat way, Burner, I completely agree. We have, like, due to society and, you know, just being social creatures, we have created an environment to where it's no longer survival of the fittest. Where people with immune deficiencies can grow old and proliferate and pass on their genetics to the future generation. Like, I'm just saying that is what is happened. And I am not implying anything other than that is the fact. Science backs it up. I don't want people to come at me with pitchforks. What's this little pal? Oh, it's just white. Okay. Survival of the richest. For the most part, yeah. I mean, you can't disagree. The fact that there are people alive today, like, that have peanut allergies and that go on to have kids that also have peanut allergies, to the point where if they even sniff 1/16 of a gram of a peanut, they'll go into, what's it called? Anaphylactic shock? That would not fly in the wild. And back then, they just didn't have that. It was because some people did have peanut allergies. They just fucking died. So that kind of gene, while still present, was more recessive and then sometimes becomes more dominant. It's become more present, like chronic illnesses have not gone away because of it. But now, it used to be we'd have to rely on natural selection to get rid of genetic diseases. Now, with the way science is, we can rewrite the genetic code in a person. Or make not really clone babies, but we can, like, alter the genetics of a fetus before they're even born to get rid of degenerative diseases. That is a possibility right now. It's still in preliminary and not, like, a common practice, but it is possible. But of course, it's not going to become common practice because then the pharmaceutical companies would absolutely crash overnight. Because why would I need medication for my type 1 diabetes or for my chronic back pain if I don't have it if no one has it? So that's gonna be the biggest pain in the ass. No matter what cures we find, we will still get chronic illnesses and degenerative genetic diseases because of the pharmaceutical companies. And that's not a tinfoil hat theory, that's just fact that has been proven over the course of history. Every single person who says, hey, I found a treatment for cancer that would make chemotherapy and pills obsolete, guess what? They are either never heard from again or, quote, encouraged to change careers. Like, excuse me? I may have ADHD, but I know what pattern recognition is. Anyway. How many sparkles are in her hair? Okay. Tinfoil hats aside, I need to get the sparkle going. Sparkles. That's the stipple pen. This is the sparkle pen. Sparkle, wings, hair, and a bit of the chest. Okay. Sparkle. Sparkle. Ooh, that's nice. Bit of sparkle. Gay sparkles? No, actually, this character is canonically heterosexual. So the non-gay sparkles. Although I'm pretty sure she's an ally. I know, I can't speak for the creator. Not my OC. I was tempted for this piece to draw her in, like, in show style, but then have, like, a mirrored version of in my style. But then I couldn't decide whether or not I should draw her as my moth version or as a butterfly version. But I couldn't decide, so I just decided to skip it. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about earlier? Oh yeah, hell of a boss. I love Verosika. I love her whole character. Even from the first episode she was introduced. Fucking loved her. I really love her design too. She's very aesthetic. It's like, even though she's a succubus, she herself isn't, like, hyper sexualized. I mean, she's got her sexy outfits, of course. And she, like, does the thing that all pop stars do, where she's, like, laying on the stage and whatnot. But, like, it's never implied that she sleeps around. It's, like, not her thing. At least that's what I'm getting. I don't know. I'm Ace, so I don't know what the fuck is going on with anybody. Don't patronize me, sir. Yeah, outside of the... And here's the thing, even when she's on the job, she's just singing, like, a song about sex. And, well, I'm not a huge fan of the song Vacate a Bone Town. I do like her two other songs, like, the backup vocals for All To You are really good. I love that song so much. And the background song, Over You. Mwah, so good. Oh, and her role in Ozzy's song. That was really funny. I'm almost imagining her kind of like a Jessica Rabbit situation. Where, like, she knows she's sexy, and she'll use it to her advantage, but she herself is not overly promiscuous. She's just friendly. And that's a canon fact that Verosika is just friendly. It's the way she treated Stolas. Alright, that'll help me see the texture a little bit. She's friendly to everyone except Blitz, but that's because she said herself she was the one dumb enough to fall in love, and she probably said, accidentally, to Blitz, I love you, and then next day he steals her car and maxes out her credit cards. So yeah, I'd be bitter too. Finally open up to someone about my emotions, my most vulnerable side, and that's how they treat me? I wonder if she is like a Jessica Rabbit situation, because one of the other succubuses, or an incubus, technically, Ace, he's one of the background incubi, and he's canonically, yeah, he's Ace as well. And married. So, like, to them, it's just a job. It's nothing like, ooh, yay, let's go bang some humans. It's just, let's encourage that emotion that emotion and act in humans. And if they do engage with it, it's more like yeah, this is a thing that we do. It's not like actual attraction. So that is a funny fan theory, making sex demons asexual. Because that just means they don't feel sexual attraction. That doesn't mean they can't perform the act in the most monetizable way possible. Oh, fuck it. The things I've said on this channel, I'm getting demonetized immediately. Once that happens, I'm definitely getting hit with the yellow $ of death with the things I've said on stream and on videos. Holy shit. I like Ace characters because they slay. I have mixed feelings about ace characters. Like, I love seeing them, but at the same time, I'm like, oh boy, okay, are you gonna be... What kind of ace rep are we getting here? Are we getting actually a robot ace rep? Or are we getting, alien, so quirky doesn't understand human behavior ace rep? Or are we getting the dreaded infantization... What's it called? Infantization... What the fuck is it called? Infantization. Where they're like, what sex? I've never heard of that before. Ooh woo. I'm just a little baby. Oh my fucking god. I hate that trope in ace rep. I understand there are aces actually like that just don't get it. But at the same time, it also happens to autistic coded characters. They're treated like children, even though they're adults. Well, yes, some of our behaviors, or their behaviors, because I'm not technically autistic, I'm ADHD, whatever, can be seen as childish, but that doesn't mean they are mentally children. So it's just, cringe. It's all cringe. Now, ace rep is very important. I get that. I understand it. I'm here for it. But I want proper rep. Please do not bait me unless it's funny. Like, for Lego Batman. That was queer baiting at its finest. But oh my god, was it hilarious. I'm going to... Oh, I didn't color her line art. Well, that's fine. I'm going to make their thumbnails later. But for now, Aurora is done. Next! Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go with this sketch, because it's fine. And then I'll just crop it later. I like most ace rep because I'm ace. Right? Nice to see. Yeah, I'm ace as well. I'm slowly coming to terms with that fact. But some of the best ace representation is, like, headcanon and, like, fandom brood. Like, if you want your own representation, make it yourself. Which I am all for. But most ace characters are either retconned as ace, or they're like, oh, they've never shown an interest in people, so that must mean they're ace. Let's also just make them an irredeemable asshole. Like in, the Riverdale... the edgy Riverdale upgrade with Jughead. They made him ace, which honestly makes sense. Great, finally, but then the show sucked ass. I stand by it. I've never seen a second of that show, just from what I... But I know that show was just bad. It's just bad. Anyone, show of hands, did anyone actually like that show? Not stereotypes, just people who are, yeah, who also happen to be, yeah. Never watched it. You're not missing much. got excited because I thought, oh, an adaptation of the old Archie comics. I love Archie. He was so funny and stupid. But then they turned it into that, and it was just, what? Did the writers of the show even read an Archie comic in their life? What the hell is this twaddle? But I've noticed that's starting to become a trend with, with media, like, reboots, the edgy reboots, are so spiteful and just unfunny. Like, they're not funny, they're not fun, they're just pure spite. And it's almost as if the writers hate the original show that they are now writing for, and I'm just, then why are you here? If you, because you obviously hate the original source material. It'd be like me writing a Naruto reboot. I don't like Naruto, so why would I be asked on the writing staff to write the reboot? Now, I get sometimes you shouldn't hire a fan because then they'll have that bias with them and just do, like, fan servicey stuff. But at the same time, you gotta have some respect for the original medium in some way. Now, this is where I'm gonna struggle because I don't know how to draw tongues. With complete opposite cases, like with the boys. Yeah. I remember I watched like a bit of season 1 of The Boys, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. I really like this. And then I, was like, I wonder what the comics are like. And I checked out some of the comics, and I went, oh no, let's not do that. Okay, that's so much worse. Hey, Froggy. We're talking about edgy reboots being spiteful. Except The Boys. Because it seems like, instead of just being edgy, it seems like the writers for The Boys are also trying to tell a story. Because it feels like for the original comic, they were just interested in making you feel shitty. That is another one that came up. A lot of people talk about Velma. It's very spiteful. This tongue is killing me. What is it? I know the problem is here, but I don't know how to fix it. Can watch The Boys, it freaks me out, lol. I prefer watching the clips, because the clips are funny as hell. Like, that scene, it's not technically a spoiler, because it's in season 1, where, the Deep is trying to break out that dolphin from SeaWorld or whatever, and he hits the brakes to avoid a cop car, and the dolphin goes flying through the windshield in slow motion, and then gets run over by a semi. Oh my god. That was, A, very shocking, B, very well done, and very, just so well done, but also, holy shit, that was funny. That's good shock humor. Because I did not see that coming, even though I watched the clip like 3 times. Every time I'm like, oh my god! I dislike the Velma series. Oh my god, there's like maybe 2 jokes in that show that genuinely made me laugh, but they were like kind of irony laughs. Also, why did the show writers hate Fred? What did Fred do to them? Why do they hate Fred so much? Fred's just a sweet little guy. Not their version, of course, but also, the voice actor for Fred is so good. Like, say what you will about the writing of the show, the voice actor who plays Fred gave 110%. Like, he was wasted on the show. Just wasted potential. But oh my god, he was so good. The only time the show was actually good is when other girls or other women called out Velma on her bullshit. Only time the show was good. But those scenes were very few and far between. Very few and far between. I liked when Fred was quirky and clueless, like in Mystery Incorporated. I fucking love Mystery Incorporated. Yeah, make him... My headcanon is that Fred is Ace. More specifically, Mystery Incorporated's Fred is Demi. Because he only started feeling attraction towards Daphne after a long time of being friends. And also, come on, Frank Welker is just such a great voice actor. He's like, Daphne liked chairs once, sat in a chair once. There's books here. Daphne read a book once. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Daphne, I made a scrapbook of all our adventures together. Here's pictures of all the traps we made and all that we did. Like, man invited a girl up to his room, closed the door, they're both sitting on the bed, and he pulls out a scrapbook of all the jiggy-rigged MacGyver traps they made over the years. That's like inviting a girl up to your room just to show her your Pokemon cards. What the fuck is... Oh my god. I fucking love him. I love Fred Jones so much. He's my favorite character. He's a golden retriever and I love him. Oh my god. I can't breathe. Hold on. Ugh. I'm just waiting to be the one God pitch traps for once. Then never once. Actually, there was that one episode where Daphne agreed to go on a date with Fred, and then they were both stuck in a trap, and then they had to get their way out of it, and then the episode ended. It was like, okay, that was cute. Come on. Come on, Daphne. Your autistic boyfriend wants to show off his special interest. Also, that version of Fred was so fucking autistic coded. You can't convince me otherwise. The traps were all he thought about, all he talked about. And just... That was his special interest. Come on. He was not only demisexual coded, he was also autistic coded. He's literally me, yeah. I didn't see Be Cool Scooby-Doo, because when I saw clips of it, I thought that was just a Family Guy cutaway gag. So I never got into it, but then later, when I heard, that was like, oh no, that's just the whole show. I was like, oh, interesting stylistic choice, okay. Not a fan of Family Guy, I try to avoid it at all costs. But okay. But then when I started actually watching clips of the show, holy shit, Be Cool Scooby-Doo is so funny. It's very reminiscent of the original show, where, like, Scooby and Shaggy are being chased by a monster, and then they, like, turn a hole, like, run through a door and close it, and the monster runs in after them, and they're like, "Oh, here for your haircut, sir?" And there's like a whole barber shop set up, and then they torture the monster for a little bit. But then the monster just goes along with it anyway, because it's funny. It's like, come on, that's just funny. That's just good humor. Hey, lemons. We're screaming about, well, we were screaming about, what were we talking about? Bitter, edgy rewrites of shows, and then we started talking about Scooby-Doo, because Mystery Incorporated's the best Scooby-Doo show ever. Only now realizing my RP character is very gay-coded, lol. I've also noticed, if you're an artist or a writer or any creative type, if your characters typically tend to lean towards a certain way, chances are you are that way, or at least very desperately want to be that way. I'm being as vague as possible so it can be a broad term. Because, like, for me specifically, for my Space Pirate story, a lot of the main characters were just being written as A-spec. Fuck. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. I blame the... It's like, well, maybe it's just because the main color palette of the show is purple, and that crew wears a purple sash, because that's, like, their thing. But then it was like, oh, no, years later, I'm like, oh, I am the ace. That makes sense. Oops. The new Sabrina show is so good. I never even watched, well, you know, I can't say if I have watched a Sabrina show ever, because A, didn't grow up on cable, but maybe it sounds familiar, so maybe I might have watched a bit of it somewhere when I was, like, sitting in a dentist office or something. It just happened to be playing in the background. That's how I've seen half of the No, actually, the vast majority of all the SpongeBob episodes I've seen were because I was waiting in a dentist office. But there might have been one or two Sabrina episodes that played while I was waiting to get my face drilled into, because I fucking hate the dentist. Makes male R&B characters. Oh. Yeah, it's not a 100% thing, but sometimes there is a pattern. Just watch Barney at the dentist's office. Oh my god. I never grew up on Teletubbies. Did I dodge a bullet with that one? Because I know a lot of people talk about watching Teletubbies and how it kind of traumatized them as a kid, but I'm sitting there like, I actually don't remember watching Teletubbies. I grew up on Berenstain Bears, Little Bear, Blue's Clues, and Magic School Bus. Good Lord Almighty, I watched so much Magic School Bus growing up, or just regular nature documentaries. I don't know. Did I dodge a bullet with that one? It looks like his middle finger, so I'm gonna make this bit lower, because it's his... Yeah, there we go. Because it's his... Wait, hold on. Actually, maybe... I'm so bad at drawing hands. Wait a minute, I'm trying to pose this. The sketch looks fine. Grew up with Harry Potter, unfortunately. I tried to get into the books, but I just couldn't get past the first book. I don't know what it was that was holding me back. I started reading and it was like, okay, this is a thing. Oh wait, I gotta get to class. And then I never picked it up again. I grew up on Redwall. And much later Warrior Cats, but Redwall was my first, like, they were the real OG. Mostly the books, but then I found out there was a TV show, and I'm like, stay psyched right now. So then I hurried up and read the books, so then I could watch the show. It's like, oh, it's so good. Ignore everything below the neck. Ignore ignore the old Tintin shows. I've never seen the old Tintin show, but I did grow up on the books and absolutely was psyched to high heaven when they announced the movie. Couldn't get my hands of the Percy Jackson books. I missed that, like, the series was coming out, but I just kind of like, wasn't interested. I was currently a Redwall, and when it came to graphic novels, I was really into Bone. I absolutely love the Bone series. Like, when I was younger, if I was hyperfixating on a certain series, I would not engage with anything else until I was done. Which is the most autistic thing I've said all day. Now I got the Redwall theme stuck in my head. It's such a good show, oh my god. My favorite season is the 3rd season, because that one is when they cover the Martin the Warrior books. Book. It's just one book for Martin the Warrior. So good. I heard of Cat in the Hat. Who hasn't heard of Cat in the Hat? Of course I grew up with Dr. Seuss. I'm a child in America. So is he wearing one of those hats? I think he is. Who's a detective? Mouse? Huh. Don't recognize that one. I remember the movie The Great Mouse Detective, which was amazing. Ratigan was terrifying. I hate to jump on that bandwagon, but yeah, he did scare me a little bit. But I also grew up on Secret of Nim. Oh my god, Froggy, you just unlocked a memory deeply ingrained into my brain. Holy shit, Geronimo Stilton? Yep, I remember those. They really racist? Just found out. a lot of people say some of his stuff was racist because he drew certain characters wearing that, I don't know what the hat's called, but you know, like, it's... I'm gonna get canceled if I say it. He drew Asian people wearing Asian clothes. Yeah, and he did make fun of... made fun of Chinese stereotypes. Well, I don't know. I don't know him personally, so I can't make a judgment. And none of his books were ever hateful. So if people say, oh my god, he drew this, it was like, but yeah, was he saying anything bad about them? No. Chill. He's dead. Like, let's calm down, people. That's probably gonna get me canceled. Oh well. In the wise words of Matcha Samurai, don't cancel me, please. It's true, it's also surprising that we still include children's books, yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff that we've just gotten used to as a society that we just don't, think about. Like, I don't hate Dr. Seuss, and I, like How the Grinch Stole Christmas, even though the Grinch is written to be like a Jewish stereotype. I still like the books. I love the Lorax. That's my favorite Dr. Seuss book ever. But I'm not gonna, like, boycott Dr. Seuss because he wrote a book that... Or he... What's the phrase I'm going for? I'm calling a product of his time. I know that's such a cop-out, but I'm calling it. It was just a product of the time. So I'm not gonna get overly pissed about it. Personally. If y'all want to get pissed about it, you go right ahead. But me personally, not gonna freak out about it. Yeah, the Grinch, same with Scrooge and Ichabod Crane, they're all Jewish stereotypes. Because, you know, the Grinch wasn't like other Christians. He didn't, you know, didn't celebrate Christmas. Very greedy. Kept to himself. Only talked to his dog. Like, the Grinch being a Jewish stereotype is a lot weaker of a comparison to characters like Scrooge and Ichabod Crane, where they're more overt with it. But yeah, the Grinch is the story of a Jewish converso, sort of. I mean, if you tilt your head and squint, you can kind of see it, but by itself, it's fine. I'm not gonna boycott the Grinch, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, because I just freaking like the song. Changing my childhood, but I agree with you. Yeah, like, I didn't realize that I grew up on the Disney cartoon, the story of Toad and Ichabod Crane. But then when I rewatched it relatively recently, I was like, oh! Ichabod Crane is a Jewish stereotype because he's tall, got a big nose, was very strict with the children, and was only lenient for the children whose mothers were good cooks, so he only cared about food, and he was only attracted to this one girl because she was rich. And he was very superstitious. Those are all Jewish stereotypes. Do I hate the story? Absolutely not. Because I 110% love the Headless Horseman. That is my favorite folk tale. The Tale of Sleepy Hollow. The Headless Horseman. That is such a cool concept. I fucking love it. I'll excuse the anti-Semitism for the Headless Horseman. Such a banger song. Kissed a 39-year-old man. Well, let's not talk about the age gaps in Disney. Alright, this guy's chest is way too disproportionate, so I'm gonna fix that before I bring in the colors. Well, if you go down that train of thought, in Tolkien's writing, apparently the orcs were supposed to be based on the Hungarians. Or, no, not the Hungarians. The, Mongolians. That's what it was, not Hungarians. And that the dwarves, you know, the short, big-nosed, greedy money grubbers, but also very talented with singing and only cares about food, were also Jewish stereotypes. But hey, I love the dwarves. I think they're some of the best characters he's ever written. For them to be Hungarian. Yeah, they were supposed to be Mongolians. I misspoke. Apparently. I don't know if that's true. Again, he's not around to defend himself. Because he's dead. So, like, if the person's dead, I don't give a damn, really. Unless it's like, oh! They did something absolutely terrible. Like Coco Chanel. Let's get into that hot water. Oh, I fucked myself, didn't I? Alright, hold up. Scheiße. I love dwarves, hee hee. Yeah, they were my favorite. Gimli was my favorite character growing up. I know a lot of the... Which was so weird because a lot of the other kids, particularly the girls and some of the guys, really liked Legolas. And I'm like, he's cool, I guess, but he's not like Gimli. Or Samwise Gamgee. Yeah, but maturing is realizing that Boromir was the best character. That's all part of growing up. I just hope Disney isn't going so far because the Friends of Color being used for propaganda on the current. Because of the Friends of Colors being used for propaganda with the current war. Yeesh. Well, Disney has a long history with have you seen their old animated propaganda shorts? Fucking wild. You know the one where Donald was a Nazi? Now, granted, it was all just a dream. And that is honestly, I watched that short because it's so freaking funny to me. I think it's funny, retrospectively, even though, yes, oh my god, it is horrifyingly racist towards, like, Germans and the Japanese and the Italians, but good god. Do you live record on your device? I live stream on my PC. But not on my phone. Wow, that's really warm. I realizing Aragorn is a ranger, not Legolas. Who thought Legolas was a ranger? He's clearly not. Aragorn's the ranger. Who's been spreading lies? I mean, yeah, Legolas is a cool character. I just didn't understand why everyone thought he was the coolest and not Gimli. Okay, does he have... No, he doesn't. Frostbite. Buddy. Guys. Please. For the love of Jeebus. Do not shade your references. It is so hard to work with. I'm trying my best here, guys. I'm just guessing at what the colors are. Erase the Briar Rabbit tails. Oh, yeah, they tried to ban Song of the South because, oh my god, it's so unbearably racist. It's like, did you watch Song of the South? I liked Song of the South growing up, or at the very least, I remember liking it. You know, I love Uncle Remus. You know, on all the tales, finding the laughing place. God, it was so funny. The little zippity-doo-dah. Come on! It's like, oh, it's racist because the kid was on a plantation. But, I mean, that's just history. It'd be like trying to ban the Prince of Egypt because the Egyptians had slaves that were also Jews. It's like, yeah, that happened in our history. Why are you trying to erase history? It happened. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Bruh. There's a thing elf on a bow and they think rangers. Rangers... No. Rangers are trackers. That's their thing. But history was very filtered because of where he lived at the time. Oh, history is filtered everywhere. Now, I don't know what this character's nose is, or what his mouth situation is, but for the sake of the piece, I'm just gonna go monochrome blue. So that the red that I add here in a bit pops out a bit more. Rangers are specialized trackers and hunters, another great example of recent media of a rangers. Mandalorian. It's the goddamn Mandalorian. Well, he would be a multi-class. Because yes, he is a tracker and a hunter, but he's also a bounty hunter, so he would be a ranger bounty hunter. But since he's a Mandalorian, would he also sort of be considered as a paladin? I know they don't really have, like, a deity, but he's still got that higher code. I'm not versed in all of the multi-classes with D&D, especially with the newest... oh, what's the word I'm looking for? With the newest version. Because they are warriors, and well, actually, no. The Jedi, would they be considered paladins or sorcerers? Because from what I remember, sorcerers have come from draconian descent. That's where they get their powers. So their powers aren't from study like wizards, because they have it naturally. But hey, oh my god! All right, hold up. I gotta kill that. A spider fell from the ceiling onto my drawing pad. It is dead now. The spider is dead. Now I must... Excuse me when I wipe this off. Guess what I'm gonna be twitching about. Yes. Do you need to go potty? And at that moment, my dog needs to go potty. Alright, hold up. I will be right back. I'm also gonna do the BRB screen because I'm gonna need to take a while. Enjoy the music. Momentarily back, but can I just say, I fucking hate spiders, and I fucking hate summer, because there's spiders everywhere. There are bugs everywhere. Sit down. Go on. Sit. So, it's really hot in my room, in my office, or at least I'm sweating. So, I had to turn on the fan. So if you hear that in the background, I apologize. Ow. Alright, what'd I miss? Makes me think of Halloween. Yeah, the music is called Strolling Around by Myuu. And he does a lot of like Halloween themed spooky music. What are y'all's phobias? Okay, mine's spiders. OG Chicken with your Chica. Think thalassophobia. I don't have thalassophobia as much. Tryptophobia all the live long day. That brutal. I got tryptophobia bad. I think I should preface. The reason why I've drawn this particular character holding a knife is because apparently this wolf dog is also an assassin. So I thought, you know what? I'll draw him with a knife and some red on his cheek for like just a pop of color other than blue. Hello, Jasmine. We're talking about our phobias. I hate it when people chew with their mouth open. Oh my god! This is why I never understood ASMR. Like, why do people find that enjoyable? It's just people chewing with their mouths open and crunching into the microphone. I hate that. Never understood ASMR. Hagiophobia? What's that? Is it hagiophobia or hadiophobia? Just finished washing the dishes. Which reminds me, I gotta put those away sometime. Fear of saints or holy things. I've never heard of that. I shall keep that in mind. Alright, what's the sketch going on? Oh, okay. Chewing in water sounds just freak me out. They just annoy me. And when I get, like, that make me physically angry. And when I'm annoyed and get physically angry, I just gotta quit. I just pop her in reverse and back out of there. Alright, hope you enjoyed your, momentary visit. Actually, no. Since he's licking, shouldn't it go the other way? Oh yeah, YouTube. This isn't blood at all. It's just some ketchup. Or strawberry jam. That's what. It's just some strawberry jam. It's been jammed. He just finished making a just making a sandwich. peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And he just got some on his finger. That's all. YouTube, he's fine. Okay, you got me. Maybe it's raspberry. Actually, I might just draw the line at the knife bit, because Art Fight might not like that. I have heterophobia. Never know what they're up to. Where are the raspberry bushes in the background? They're under the sauce. Just under the sauce. Just like the middle bits. I'm going to down the opacity on that one. There we go. It was a very juicy sandwich he bit into. He's asking if you want one. Okay, important question for all of our friendships. When you guys make your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, if you even eat them at all, do you use strawberry jam, mixed jam, or what jam do you use, and how do you cut it? Because for me, it's gotta be, I don't mind strawberry, I prefer raspberries or mixed jam, and it has to be in triangles, or it just like cut diagonally, or I can't eat it. Okay, we got a weirdo who likes grape jelly in the nicest way possible. Blackberry, and I don't cut it. I can't find blackberry jam. Whole thing in your mouth. Just okay, that might have been too much. I don't really eat PB or J since I don't like jam, plus I'm allergic to... Oh! So the sandwich is cheese. Okay, valid. Valid. Yeah, if you're allergic, don't. In your opinion, who's the scariest FNAF character? Ennard. Ennard is the only animatronic that actually gave me nightmares. Like, not just had a dream about, but active nightmares. He just, I don't know what it was about Ennard. Maybe it's because he's the most human looking, but, like, the puppet does look kind of vaguely human, but it doesn't look as human as Ennard. And just something about Ennard, the way he moves, the sound he makes, I don't know, something about him just freaks me the fuck out. I could not watch any people play vent repair. You know, his scream also. The sister location jump scare scream, I think, is the most scary. And I have no, like, real way, like, to say why. OG Freddy scares me. OG Chico, Withered Chico, yeah. Withered Chico is pretty, like, something weird. It's pretty scary looking, the thought of hearing a child screaming. Yeah, yeah. Of the books, though, of the FNAF Frights books, the one that actually got me, like, actually genuinely scared and grossed out. Well, actually, no. I wasn't scared for any of the books, because reading scary things don't really affect me. Watching and hearing them, oh yeah, that affects me. But, like, Sea Bonnies just grossed me the hell out. All the other Fazbear Frights books just made me cry. No offense to all the Gregorys out there. The name Gregory really doesn't give me any vibes, per se. Because Security Breach was kind of just a... As much as I love... as much as I love the Gramlock... The Gramlocks? Wow, what the fuck? The Glam Rocks? Everyone shut up. Security Breach was kind of a nothing game. Very mid, at best. Definitely not the strongest entry in the FNAF series. But then again, Scott didn't work on it, so it was like, it's kind of set up for failure from the beginning. I mean, it wasn't terrible by any means. Some of the writing did feel very rushed. And, like, there were, like, changes to the story halfway through production. And that was very obvious. Like, from the beginning. Yeah, it was a mess. Wanted to be too many things at once. Yeah. Yeah. And it just took a dump on what we... Like... FNAF 6 was such a perfect ending to the franchise. And Security Breach just took a dump on it. Like, all of the sacrifices, you know, they talk about sacrifices and letting things go and finally letting things to rest, that, you know, we, you know, tying up loose ends, you know, in FNAF 6, and then for it to mean nothing in the end because of Glitch Trap. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I get it sometimes, hey, that's life, but at the same time, this isn't life. It's a video game about haunted animatronics and children. So, I mean, so... So, like, if we're gonna go ham on a story, why not go apeshit? Ain't saying it horrible blasphemy, just half-baked. How the lava cakes for me. Yeah, but the lava cakes being half-baked were intentional. I don't think the Security Breach half-bakedness was intentional. Because, like, if you watch the first trailer and then you play the game, you get whiplash, because I thought in the trailer, the animatronics were going to be hunting you, and Vanessa was trying to protect you, but also couldn't blow her cover. And then there was another party that was also after Gregory. So the way they wrote Security Breach, I think it would have been a lot better if they went more like an Undertale-esque story, where you could, like, have, like, a mercy run or a pacifist run where you didn't destroy the animatronics and actually saved them from the viral corruption. Like, if they went more of an Undertale route for Security Breach, I think I would have liked it a lot more. Should have been more in the game. Oh, absolutely. They should have been. Because, like, the one thing that was really bothering me with Security Breach, because, like, it was never an option in the... well, actually, it was an option. In the old FNAF games, you can either choose to play the game straight through, or give the children the happiest day, give them birthdays and whatnot, and, like, play the mini games, and then you can unlock the true ending. Which they did do that for Security Breach, but if we could, like, if they made it more Undertale style, where you can, like, actually explore the arcade, like in Undertale, like how you could explore the underground, and then, yeah, you still gotta fight, but you can choose mercy or genocide. But that might have been too much of an infringement on Toby Fox, but Toby Fox didn't invent pacifist routes. He just made it popular. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. in on the whole thing. It was fine. Got the job done. We got plenty of memes out of it. But ultimately, I see it as just its own thing, not a continuation of canon. Okay, it's not that loud. I already have multiple endings. Why not have an option to befriend the other animatronic? Yeah! Like, there's never any choice. Thank you, Burner. I never know what I'm doing when I am shading or highlighting. Undertale is seems like a nice way to put it. Yeah, it should have been that. Or at the very least, reminiscent. Probably not the same gameplay style, even though I would have been more inclined to play it if it was, because I don't like 3D games very much. They just baffle my brain. Like, I tried to play Bending the Ink Machine and did not have fun doing it. Because I prefer scrolling 2D point-and-click adventures. It's just what I grew up on. I will give credit where credit is due, that Steel Wool somehow made the entire fandom fall in love with Glamrock Freddy. Like, everyone was just in love with him. I was one of those people too, so we're not pointing any fingers. But I think that might have also just been Kellen's performance, because he did such a good job. I think it was what mostly had to do with it was him saying the line, "Way to go, superstar." Say, oh. Validation. I love it. Might turn them. Well, actually, hold on. Let me blur this out. Great performance with an endearing, warm, protective voice. Oh, yeah. Just these were Roxy's eyes? Is she okay? It's like Padme asking Obi-Wan if Anakin was okay after setting him on fire and throwing him into a volcano. It's like, is Anakin alright? It's like, lol, no. I could add more of the shading, but I want the emphasis to be on his face, so I shall refrain. The same voice over your Sun and Moon. Yeah. Yeah, it was Kellen for all of them. Well, not all of them, but for, Glamrock Freddy, Sun and Moon, Funtime Freddy. He almost voiced OG Freddy in Ultimate Custom Night, but he and Scott couldn't quite nail down the perfect voice because he was OG Freddy. His voice had to be perfect. But it wasn't, they couldn't quite figure out how to make it work. That might be a bit much. Like, holy shit, I just had the image of, Roxy acting and having a similar arc as, like, Undyne. From Undertale. I mean, come on. But first, human, let me tell you the tragic tale of our people. It all began long ago. You know what? Screw it! Why should I tell you anything when you're about to die? Come on. I'm a Michelin chef. What do you expect, man? I'm always cooking. Especially if she yells at Freddy for letting the human escape. Why do I hear boss music? With the seventh human soul, our world will be transformed. Now you stand here facing me in the eye of the storm. I mean, also, Undertale the Musical is just the best thing ever that happened to the internet. Always check it out. Is Freddy our Papyrus or Sans? For the sake of the story, I think Freddy would be Papyrus, while Monty would be Sans. I know that's not, like, what the fandom really thinks of him. But, like, I feel like Sans, yeah, Monty would probably be a good Sans. Like, if you read the, whatchamacallit, if you read the logs in Security Breach, Monty canonically spends most of his time just sitting on the railing of Gator Golf, just watching, staring off into space. That and his voice kind of matches up. If I had it my way, you'd be dead where you stand. It's not like a perfect matchup, but I just noticed the Roxanne and Undyne one would be pretty funny. But, like, Roxanne is like a mix Roxanne is a mix between Undyne and Metaton. Can you imagine? Or, you know what, based on the, based on the promotional, shorts, Bonnie would actually be Sans. Because he's just completely unbothered. But that would mean including Bonnie. Lights, camera, action! Oh yes, my beauties and gentle beauties! That would make, the DJ, just like, Nabsabloke. You know what, fuck it, we could say Monty's Angry Dummy. Just for shits and giggles. I just feel like a lot of people say, oh no, Freddy is Sans because he's the hot one. Excuse you? Yeah, Papyrus, the hot one. Also, Papyrus's, like, catchphrase is, I believe in you. So in this analogy, Vanny is Flowey. Well, they are the final boss in the neutral route. Oh my god, that Flowey boss in the neutral route gives me nightmares to this day. Oh my god, that laugh. Hello, HUD. We're talking about, it's hard to explain. We're talking about FNAF Security Breach and Undertale. And how the Security Breach game would have been a lot better if they just copied Undertale. And copied in a way that, like, if Security Breach could have a mercy run or a genocide route where you could choose to free the animatronics rather than just breaking them. Did I hear Omega Flowey trauma? You most certainly did. I think I'm gonna have to log off. That's fine. Yeah, if you need to go to bed, it doesn't hurt my feelings any. Go to bed. Bro. Actually, perhaps even, William Afton would be Gaster. And then if we... But here's the thing. If we also follow the theory that, Michael's soul is inhabiting Glamrock Freddy, then we could probably go the Sans route with Gaster and whatnot, but the analogy's not strong, but it's just like, it's just a vibe. So come on, little human, let's end the sorry tale. William is Asgore. Killed so many kids. Yeah, but Asgore was sad about it. He didn't want to kill the children. He, in fact, took the first opportunity to not kill the children. He just was desperate to save his people. William was just a fucking asshole. Maybe in this context, Fanny or Vanessa would be Kara because they're both human, And Flowey would be, if we're going through the lore and similarities and parallels, Flowey would be Golden Freddy. The one you should not have killed. You know, the one that keeps coming back, that keeps resetting everything, that is out for revenge. If we're going, like, lore-wise. See, Villain is Gaster with all the experiments. Yeah. Or, like, Henry could also be a Gaster. Like I just said, Henry could probably be Gaster because Gaster's motives were kind of unknown. But Henry was also kind of... like, he didn't realize what was going on until it was too late, so he might be more of an Alphys? Alpheus? How do you say her name? I think the crying child's name is actually Cassidy. And not the other person. Yeah, there's it's been semi-confirmed through canon that there are two spirits in, fuck. What's the... there are two spirits in Golden Freddy. One of them is Cassidy, and the other one is a different child. Would the puppet be Toriel? Now that you mentioned Toriel, I think actually, since he's the first animatronic we meet, Glamrock Freddy would be Toriel. And then maybe Chica would be Papyrus, because she's so upbeat and friendly. What about the amalgamations? The amalgamations then could be, the endos, or parts, bits and pieces of the blob. But then again, this is just a, me saying that the security breach story felt very rushed and could have used some work. I'm just imagining going on a date with, Glamrock Chica. With her, like, wearing, like, a super chick t-shirt. Can't stay long. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you for stopping by. We're gonna be here all night. Probably. Like, the analogy dies as soon as you try to, like, put any... because, like, Papyrus is the most friendly one. But, like, the one that protects you is Toriel. But, of course, you have to leave her. So, like, it would require some... instead of spaghetti, we have pizza. Yeah. Yeah. And then that could tie... by what we've set up as Sans being more like, Monty being more like Sans and Chica as Papyrus, then Monty and Chica could hang out more, and they're kind of my OTP. I don't have very many OTPs, especially in Five Nights at Freddy's, but they're my one. Hold on, I'm gonna close the... there. Did I leave? No, I'm still here. Who are you talking about? Is my stream dying? No, we're still good. Okay. Sound off. Can y'all hear me? It's my stream. My internet says it's good. No, we can't hear it. Can't hear you. Yes, can hear me. Huh. Oh, what? God damn it. Call for disconnected, lol. Well, everything says it's fine on my end, so I don't know what to tell you, Froggy. Might need to refresh the page. Probably the damn sharks again. You do it on your own. You'll find that human child and break his little bones. Alright, now we gotta sign this bitch somewhere. Years of practice is my only advice for singing. Utilize your time in the shower. Actually, I'm gonna shrink wrap it to fit the blade. Ow. Foot me, that hurt. My favorite, Undertale the musical song, aside from the Mettaton song, which is just funny, is the Toriel genocide song. Such haunting, beautiful. So good. And the voice for Toriel, while the voice actress for Undyne has such pipes, the Toriel one, she's got such this hauntingly ghostly voice that just shatters my soul every time I hear her sing the genocide song. I thought that I could protect you, but it seems I was wrong. Building your determination, you've grown horrid and strong. Me sing Rise the Moon one day. It's such a beautiful song. Because of the paginess, I mean, I've never heard of that one. Oh, Rise the Moon. I've heard the song The Moon Rises, but that's more of a My Little Pony fan song. I'm pretty sure you're not talking about that one. Especially like before she like reaches the climax of the song, it's something like it's a soprano, so I have to change the tune. Like well, let me think of the words real quick. So goodbye, child of man. There is blood on your hands. You are no better than him. So leave the place and leave the ruins. Stay determined, human. But don't forget the lives you've ruined. Don't forget what you've done. Leave us all behind in darkness as onward you go. With your bold determination, you won't be stopped, I know. Follow blind determination, since you can't resist its pull. Follow blind determination, as downward we fall. Follow blind determination, since you can't resist its call. I damn your determination, as downward that I fall. Chills. Literal chills. Every time. Actually, I feel like you're gonna cry. Let's start voice acting, baby! I think the line that really just makes me go, whoa, was, don't forget the lives you've ruined, don't forget what you've done. It's just, Especially when, like, throughout the whole time she's saying, my child. But then, like, near the end she says, child of man. No longer her child. She has disowned you. It's, oof. I am so normal about that production. But as I don't like the genocide routes, I really don't watch anything pertaining to them. But that's like the only exception I make. The one I just sang? No, that was Undertale the musical. It's a fan production. Although I do sing a lot of My Little Pony on my off time. And a lot of Steven Universe. But the problem is with the Steven Universe and the My Little Pony songs is a lot of them are out of my range because I am a high alto at most, a medium tenor on average. Yeah, aka the sins crawling on your back. I think of dusted or ghostly corpses grasping on one's shoulders, forming wings like an angel of death. Yep. Yep. That's about it. Oh. A travesty has befallen us. I can't find the MLP fan song If I Go Back. That is my one of my favorite fan songs for Luna, and I can't find it anymore. It is gone. I can't find it. It's just disappeared from the internet. Alright, good night, Froggy. Shoo. If I add any much more rendering, it'll just become muddy. So I think I'm going to render this piece done. Luna's your favorite. Princess Celestia is my favorite. Although I understand the appeal of Luna. Yeah, it's like when people delete their channels because they want to start over or just leave the internet. It's like, think of the people, man. Just discontinue your channel, man. You don't have to leave entirely. Think of the children. Like, if Ponyphonic, or whatever they're called, ever discontinued their channel, I would have to scream at them to, like, please don't delete the channel. Because I love the song Lullaby for a Princess. I'm fairly certain it's the #1 MLP fan song. Alright, I'm gonna work this. Are you just sniffing, or do you need a little potty again? Do you need a little potty? Oh, how. Pup needs to go potty, so I'll be right back. Again. I can't help it. Ow. Alright. I am back. You know what I'm gonna do real quick? Because I know I'll forget about it. I'm gonna add a text box now anytime I have to let the pupper, I need to go BRB. People can see, oh, they're just letting the dog out. They'll be right back. Can't leave it as a time capsule, damn it. Damn it, like, absolutely. Don't delete your channel. That's such a noob move. Okay, so now this character's a little more high detail than everyone else, so I'm gonna have to actually pay attention. Aside from The Moon Rises, which is like a really good Luna song, I really like the one If I Go Back. I can't find it anymore, so I can't like recommend it, but it's been a while since I've listened to it, so the lyrics are kind of fuzzy in my head, but it's more like a the part that stays in my head is the if I go back, what will I do? Will I return as Luna or Nightmare Moon? Or something like that. And it's stuck in my head. And I can't just go listen to it. Because that's why you get songs in your head. Because you need to go, it's your brain telling you, hey, go listen to it. Those years are long, filled with regret. No, that one isn't it. Am I stuck in my ways, or am I stuck here? That heart betrayal, both hers and mine, and the clock is ticking, and I'm running out of time. If I go back, what will I do? Will I return as Luna or Nightmare Moon? Something like that. She's got a scroll and a lyre with her. I don't know what... I think she's left-handed, because she's got her left hand on her lyre, so I'm assuming... How do you hold a lyre? Do you, like... But of course, the OG of fan songs is Ponyphonic. also I gotta give it to them for the best Luna song. And that is, of course, The Moon Rises. I'll shorten her neck in a second, guys. Don't worry. I just wanted to get this bit drawn. I didn't realize how janky the neck was until I... You know what? Let's just fix it this way.
Let's just do it this way.
Am I stuck in my ways, or am I stuck here? I think the problem is her face is too big. I'll try to shrink it just a touch. Well, I might have overdone it. There we go. Let's just... The worst that'll happen is that it looks weird. And it looks weird. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to draw noses. I ain't no fucking... I didn't pop out the pussy drawing fucking Mozart. As the great Aaron Henson would say. From the Phantom are pretty good, or at least some. Yeah, and the show songs are really good too. I constantly have a lot of Applejack songs going through my head because, well, I love Applejack. And I mean, come on. We get John Delancey in the show as Discord. How can you not like it? But granted, Discord is a minor secondary character, but when he's on screen, man, does he steal the show? Oh yeah, Discord's another fan song. Really good fan song. Wait, no, she's got... Oh no, she... Okay, no, she hasn't. I think I've heard one of them randomly razzle. Oh yeah, that was like a really short song, Razzle Dazzle, from an Applejack episode, where Applejack was friends with a young, was this how do I explain it? she had this friend at camp when she was a young filly, and then they kind of like lost touch when they left camp, you know, as it happens. And it turns out that friend is now a Equestria famous pop star. And it's an episode about being not only treating people with respect, but it's also about being honest to who you really are. Even if people don't accept you for it. Alright, this ear's gonna drive me crazy. Like, a good example of the songs from that show would probably be that episode. I'm just gonna erase this ear entirely. It's driving me nuts. Because the song after that, like, near the end of the episode, I think it's called I'm Just a Pony. It's like, No, it's called The Magic in My Heart. That song, tears in my eyes every time. It's really a song about being true to who you really are, and I'm just, yes, girl! Sing it! And get your lighters out. I know the cranium goes a little back farther than that, but this is cartoons. Any song with Applejack as the main focus is one of my favorites, because I just love Applejack. Despite being akin with Fluttershy, Applejack is my favorite of the M6. Told me you thought I was weak, but I am strong. They sold me the world, but they were wrong. And now that I'm back, I still belong, 'cause I know that I am just a pony. I make mistakes from time to time. And now I know the real me, and put my heart out on the line, and let the magic of my heart sing true. And let the magic of my heart sing true. It's definitely out of my range, so I had to like drop it down a little bit. They're all sopranos. Except Applejack, which is probably why I can sing along with her more. My favorite is Rarity. Yeah, valid. Rarity's really funny. No, that doesn't look quite right. Yeah, despite Applejack being one of my favorites of the main six, she's not my favorite member of the Apple family. That right goes to Big Mac. Some of the best lines in the entire series were said by him. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. I mean, come on, that's just funny. And then when he actually does talk in, like, full sentences other than yep and nope, it's just, oh. When he talks, we listen. One of my favorites. And it's not just because he's a total goofball, okay? And entirely the most adorable character on the show. He's a total nerd. He plays MLP's versions of Dungeons and Dragons. That episode, I think it was called Odors and Oodliettes. Oh, if you're a D&D fan, watch the MLP Odors and Oodliettes episode. Holy shit, it's so funny. It's one of those, you don't have, I don't think you have to watch the rest of the show to understand that episode, but it's definitely like the writers play Dungeons and Dragons. So then they decided to write an episode, and it wasn't like, it was only, it was very good. I'll just say that. It was a very good episode, and also just hilarious, because Discord is objectively the funniest character in the entire show. So if you understand that Discord is a being of chaos, and uses chaos-based magic, there, he's just a wild guy. I want to say some of the lines that are in that episode, they're just so freaking funny. But, it's best enjoyed in real time. Ah, yes, the wild magic sorcerer. Yeah, he just does not give a damn. He is not only does he have chaos-based magic, he's also a being of chaos. It was a literal point in an episode where he created an environment where there was complete order and no chaos, and he was actually fading from reality. It was killing him. The lack of chaos was killing him. But that was, like, much later in the series, and it was a really cute episode. The shippers had a field day with that one. He'd thrive in my D&D campaign. Oh, most certainly. Especially because, like, in the episode, he was like, ugh. It was like, I'm a being of chaos. I don't need your friendship-based games. Because you're a bunch of lonely nerds. And they're like, no. Discord. Come on, man. And then he became, like, the biggest fan of the entire game. Like, anytime he pops up in a later episode, he's like, alright, fine. Yeah, personal drama aside, can we play some Odors and Oodliettes? It's like, all he thinks about it. It's too fun. I mean, despite having a long list of rules and whatnot, Oh. Hold up. What was I doing here? That's what I was doing. Okay. Yeah. D&D is kind of a chaos-based game because of the dice rolling. Despite all, you know, the rules and regulations to make sure everyone's having a good time, it is a very chaotic game. That looks terrible. I'm gonna have it sort of line up with her lyre. Actually, no, I'm gonna draw the full circle. So I can move it around as I please. That's much better. Okay. Oh wait, let's actually get like accurate with what's her lyre look like. Okay. Nothing too fancy. I'm here to show you who I am. Throw off the veil, it's finally time. There's more to me than glitz and glam. Ooh. Now I feel my stars alive. I believed what I was told. So I did all the things that I was told. But all that has changed and now I'm bummed, 'cause I know that I am just a pony. I make mistakes from time to time. And now I know the real me and put my heart out on the line and let the magic of my heart seem true. And let the magic of my heart seem true. Just like the magic inside of you. And then too scared about finding the right people. It absolutely is. You gotta. Like, because some DMs revel in making their players suffer, and some players revel in making their DM suffer, and the whole point of the game is to have fun, damn it. What's wrong with just letting people have fun? Like, that's not, like, the real rules of the game. It's like, it's called homebrew for a reason, man. It's hella homebrew. Why are y'all a bunch of Bible-thumping nerds so allergic to fun? I think I can tilt her head down just a little bit. That's a lit. Okay, let's. I think that looks better. Also, her face. Her face might be a little. Okay, yeah. I went too crazy on the features. There we go. Let's. Bleeding from the ears here, Pacino. Let's calm down. I'll fix it in a sec. Don't worry, guys. It said her features look more equestrian, so I'm assuming that means a broader face. Oh, I don't know. I had a rules lawyer at one point. I had to kick him out constantly when... Yep. But, like, come on. Let's just have fun. If you're using the books as a base or a jumping off point, I think it can still be called D&D even if you're homebrewing the hell out of it because you're still using the same basic structure. But like if you're not, then you might just be doing Pathfinder. Or whatever. Carried you softly to sleep. Once stood a pony who shone like the sun, looked out on her kingdom inside. She smiled and said, surely there is no pony so lovely and so well beloved as I. So great was her reign, so brilliant, so glory, long was the shadow she cast, which fell dark upon the young sister she loved, and grew only darker as days and nights passed. Soon did that pony take notice that others did not give her sister her dues, and neither had she loved her as she deserved. She watched as her sister's unhappiness grew. But such is the way of the limelight, it sweetly takes hold of the mind of its host. And that foolish pony did nothing to stop the destruction of one who had needed her most. Lily moon princess, good night sister mine, rest now in moonlight's embrace. Bear up my lullaby, winds of the earth, through cloud and through sky and through space. Carry the peace and the coolness of night, and carry my sorrow in kind. Luna, your love so much more than Kira, welcome to the stream. Thank you for checking it out. I am working on some art fight attacks while having the song Lullaby for a Princess stuck in my head. It's a banger. The years now before us, fearful and unknown, I never imagined I'd face it on my own. May these 1,000 winters swiftly pass, I pray. I love you, I miss you, all these miles away. Oh, it goes around her head, damn it. May all your dreams be sweet tonight, safe on your bed of moonlight, and no, not of sadness, pain or care. And when I dream, I'll fly away and meet you there. I remember the first time I heard that song, I bawled my eyes out for like a solid 10 minutes during and after I finished listening to that song. Especially the animation that later came out. So freaking good. It's delicious. Very buttery smooth animation. Mwah. I'm in art fight as well, so it's pretty fun watching other people participate. Oh, absolutely. I'm Team Stardust, by the way. So far, my team is winning, but that usually happens. Usually, I'm like, I'm usually on the winning team for like the first part of the month, and then like the last week, the other team just pulls ahead and beats us by a landslide. It's like, why does this happen every year? Every year, I'm on the team that loses. It's like, how? Why? I'm not bitter about it. Bear up my lullaby, winds of the earth, through cloud and through sky and through space. Carry the peace and the coolness of night, and carry my sorrow in kind. Luna, your love so much more than you know. Forgive me for being so blind.
far apart in every way, but you're the best part of my day.
Damn it, I hate forgetting the words to a song.
On a prickly path that goes on for months, it's not worth it just to see you smile. I cannot be pulled apart from the hold you have in my heart, and even if the world tells us it's wrong, you're in my head like a catchy song. Seasons change and leaves may fall, but I'll be with you through them all. And rain or shine, you'll always be mine. On a prickly path that goes on for months, it's not worth it just to see you smile. And you do not blame me too if I can't help falling in love with you.
Respectfully, Kira, Stardust is gonna win this year. Even if it's the last thing I do. Even if it kills me, Stardust is gonna win this year. Which is why I have, like, 8 more attacks lined up. Good God, it's gonna hurt. In the nicest way possible. JK. I know you said you were going to be lurking, Kira, if you're still here, but were you on werewolf or vampire last year? If you participated last year at all. Because I was on vampire, and the same thing happened. We were winning for the majority of the month, and then werewolf pulled a win out of nowhere, and I'm like, how? I think what happened is, like, vampire was just a bunch of tryhards for, like, the first month, and we were killing it, just killing it for the first month, and then we got burnt out. And then werewolf, you know, the one that were pacing themselves, just pulled ahead in a victory because they didn't burn themselves out, just trying to... You know, instead of coloring it later, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna draw the lines preemptively gold. And then I'll add different shading to it later. Oh, and the song I was just singing is called You're in My Head Like a Catchy Song. It's a My Little Pony song again from the episode about Applejack's parents. And it is beautiful. Pretty sure I was on Vampire last year. Used a different AC. Ah, okay. Rain is coming. What? Hold on. Everything. Pause. Stop everything. I just got a weather alert saying that rain was coming. Say psych right now. Please be true. We need it. Pewter. Pewter, why are you lying? You giving me a heat advisory and then said rain was coming? How dare you play with my feelings like that? Well, now I'm pissed. False alarm, guys. Rain, in fact, is not coming to my area. Fuck. Okay, so if I had to say one thing that could convince someone to watch My Little Pony, if only for the music, I would say Kelly Sheridan, the voice of animated Barbie, gets to play a villain and sings villain songs and ends up being one of the best characters in the whole show. If that ain't reason enough to watch My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, I don't know what is. Oh, I should use a different pen for that. How many strings are on a lyre? I'm gonna save real quick while I Google how many strings are on a lyre. A-L-Y-R. String instruments. How many strings? Just tell me a picture so I can draw it. Okay, well this one looks like okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one has 9. How many strings are on a lyre? You know what? I'll just do... I am not musically inclined at all, so I think at minimum you need at least 6, right? Or is 9 the... Because I'm trying to think of a piano, but I know a piano is not the same as a lyre. Ugh. Oh well. I'll just sin now and ask for forgiveness later.
Is my magic up to the test? Time to see I can't.
It's me, Flester. Least favorite food on here. Least favorite food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it's just gonna have to deal with 5. Off the top of my head, I can't think of what my least favorite food would be. But honestly, ignoring all the non-kosher food. Wait, no, it has to be on top. Because of the... Damn it. Alright, hang on. I'll get to your question in a sec, Matt. Ugh. Why don't you just put each organ, I mean each body part on a separate layer?
Well, because that would be too much to handle.
If you plan on being an animator, you gotta learn to put things on different... Ah! Oh, you. Okay, so that was just a typo. I hope you feel better, Waffles. That does not sound fun. We're just gonna have to go with 5. I don't mean to sound like I'm not happy that you're here, Matt, but it's just... Yeah, I remember. I just didn't recognize your name for a second. Since our last scene. Ah, Dancing Diva! So good of you to return. How have you been? I've been okay. I mean, I don't mean to make it sound like that. I'm doing well. It's just I hate the heat. You graduated high school. Well, thank God for that. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, my friend. But at least you're not in the frying pan anymore. I could make a whole video talking about my senior year, but I won't. I'll just rant about it on occasion. My only advice, aside from skip college if you unless you absolutely think you need it for your career, my only advice for someone fresh out of high school is don't try to figure your life out just yet. Because you're still, even though you've graduated and are legally an adult, mentally, you've just finished being a kid. So you don't have to have your life figured out by the time you're, 19. Like, I am 26 years old, and I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I know what I want to do. How I'm gonna do it, I have no idea. But I'll be singing the whole way. But my art is not good enough. It's never about being good enough, Grace. Because with that kind of mentality, your art will never be good enough. It's about art in its most basic and purest form is about self-expression. And as long as you are expressing yourself in some way, or at the very least capturing some sort of emotion, it's good art. If you make people feel something looking at it, or at least give the essence that the person in the piece is feeling something, it's good art. Like, movies. They're supposed to move you. If the movie doesn't actually move you except out of the seat, it's not a good movie. Enjoy your time while you got it? Yep, I agree. Oh, absolutely, Diva. But, like, I know they say get messy, make mistakes, but... Well, absolutely, but be smart about the mistakes you're making, because some people, like, regret getting the degree they ended up getting, and now they're shafted with hundreds of thousands of student debt that they can never hope to pay off. So, be stupid, but be smart about how you're stupid. If that makes sense. I can't give any good examples. Just, I don't know what it means either, but it's the best advice I've ever heard. I'm really proud of it. It turned out perfect. Animation is a hard field to learn, to master, and to get into because it's a lot of work with little reward. But when it's finished, god damn it, do you feel good about it. I'm sorry to any kids in the chat, I cuss. Because we're too poor for that shit. Yep, don't go to college, kids, unless you absolutely need it. Now, if you're not sure what you want to do but want to get into a trade, just go to tech school. Just go to a trade school, go to a tech school. I know they get a bad rap, but oh my god, those are like guaranteed jobs once you get that degree. Like, how many jobs you can get with a master's degree in electrical engineering? Holy shit. So many jobs. Everyone needs tech support. And there's a difference between having a career and having a hobby. Now, I am one of the crazy individuals that has decided to make their hobby a career. And as an outcome of that, I have no money. I am dirt poor. But I'm doing what I love, so I'm at least semi-happy with my life. I say semi-happy because I'd like to have my own place. I'm still living with my parents. But, hey, have you seen the world out there? I'd rather stay at home and have some random boomer on the street think I'm a loser. But, hey, at least I'm safe. Anyway. It was a good episode. Turned into LARPing midway through. It absolutely did. But it was a good episode. I absolutely loved that episode. Discord shade that he was throwing is so damn funny. Yeah, I was just telling the crew about how you don't go to college. Unless you're like, you want to go into the medical field, or be a teacher, or some sort of electrical construction worker, you know, some sort of engineer, then absolutely go to school. Get all the education you can, but what's most important for every job, no matter what it is experience. It doesn't matter what art school you go to. If your portfolio isn't impressive in at least some way, the studio will not hire you. So really, all art school is teaching you how to make a portfolio to show to employers. But here's the thing, you can just look up an internet tutorial on that. And yes, it is, you know, art school is typically the ideal, because then you get to learn techniques and whatnot. But again, you can just get online tutorials for that, because art school will make you buy the $100 art supplies that have lead in them, that are actually quite dangerous and toxic, and you have to buy so much material. They're not just going to give you the art supplies you need. You're going to have to buy the paints, the canvases, and all that crap by yourself, and they will require that you use these types of brands. It might have changed since, you know, since I last looked into art school. It's maybe policies have changed, and maybe you get into a school that's just more about the art of art, not actually the, you know, the old school artistes, you know what I mean? The people with the berets and the fake cigarettes. That or to be like a therapist or psychologist. Absolutely, like, law, you need to study for. Like, there are a few, there's like 5 or 10 careers that absolutely go to college for. But honestly, how many lawyers do we actually need? We always need more therapists, but here's the thing, we need good therapists. The path to healing is the relationship, and that is what heals. Not technique. Not your thesis on teenage depression. That's not gonna save a life. It's your bond with the person. Or if the person can build a bond with someone else. I'm not sure. Should I give... Okay, hold on. Pause for a sec. Gonna talk about the art. Behind this character, since she's part of a... I don't remember her name. Lygeria? Since she's part of like a seafaring D&D style story, I had this idea of having a sunset over the ocean behind her while she's playing the lyre in like a medallion style. But I'm wondering, should I have a border around the background medallion, or should I just make it a circle and then color in the circle? While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to take a quick BRB to the bathroom, but not the full BRB screen. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Did I miss anything? Okay, waffles, you're still sick. Okay. Rip, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Also, I was just thinking about, like, because when I first went to college, I did the stupid thing of wanting to, I wanted to be a writer, so I thought, oh, I should major in writing and become an English major. Do not. If you want to become a creative type, be a creative type like in being a writer, animator, or artist, don't major in writing or art. Major in something that will help you on your career. Very specific example, there's a pretty big writing YouTuber, an author. Her name is Jenna Marassi. And she majored in business and marketing. That's what she went to college for, just business. So now, when she's a writer, she can market her book easily and doesn't have to hire a whole marketing team to do it for her. She already knows the ins and outs. Alright, now, for the border, should... Like, what shape should it be? Should it be just a gold ring? I could do that. You know what? I'll just have a disc for the background, and then I'll do the illustration, and then I'll figure out what the border is later. Okay, now for this, how am I going to... There it is, her color palette. Bop. Just gonna move it. There we go. That is her color palette, right? Yeah. So hungry, but I don't have an appetite. Yay. That is the worst. If I had the money, because I definitely have the time, but if I had the money to go back to college, I would probably go to a community college and just take random classes on, like, a history of a certain culture, philosophy, because that's what I did. When I went to community college, I just took a few classes on East Asian history, philosophy, and I took a few more, you know, just stuff I actually would need. I took one American literature class, which was very informative, and I got to read a bunch of poems and whatnot, but when I was working to get my English major, which was very short-lived, I hated it. I hated every single moment of it, and I was starting to hate writing because that's all I was doing. I was just writing essays on shit I didn't care about. Like, argumentative essays. Like, why? So if you want to, like, become a writer or an artist, don't make that your major. Make it something that would help you in your career. Because, like, if I, like, gun to my head, give me the money, had to go back to college to get a degree, I would get a degree in psychology. Because not only is that just good information to have and would be awesome to learn about, but also it would help me with my stories. Especially if I majored in something like child psychology or family psychology. I'm gonna extend, whoops, that down a little bit. Easier for me to make a recovery. 6th and 8th grade was traumatic for making it easy for me to make a recovery. Yeah, middle school is never a fun time for everybody. I think everybody can agree being in middle school is the worst year of your life, or the worst years of your life. And I was forced into the college is the goal, college is the way propaganda. When I was in high school, it was very, very hard for me. Because I was just trying. I was trying so hard to get into, like, a university. because that was the goal. You were like looked down upon if you went to a community college. It was like, what, are you broke? It's like, yeah, I'm fresh out of high school. You expect me to pay for college? I was like, well, then you just apply for scholarships. You know what? I applied to scholarships. I applied to every scholarship that was available to me, and I still got none. I got nothing. Well, if you just tried harder. I swear to God, if I hear one more person tell me just try harder, I'm gonna try really hard and punch them in the face. Because I'm like, fuck. That phrase has been said to me so many times, and it's just, why does this make me angry? I am trying hard. I'm trying so hard to do my best and to pass my math class and to be good and get scholarships, but first of all, scholarships are based on randomness, and you can't convince me otherwise. Second, just trying harder doesn't mean you'll actually succeed, and it's a phrase that's been used against children that are neurodivergent. Just try harder. Well, I'm sorry, but I have been trying, and this is the best I can do. And that doesn't make you a loser. There are some things that we just aren't good at, and some things that just won't happen no matter how hard you try. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to sprout wings. It's just something that won't happen. But we do not shame a fish for not knowing how to climb a tree. That's just ridiculous. I just started my new sketchbook, bruh. It's always so fun. Yep. Advice. Fill the first page with just scribbles and doodles. Great icebreaker. Chair. My day, or I think you're just asking any of us, really. I had enchiladas for dinner. I had to make them myself. Which was awesome. I love enchiladas. Yeah, Waffles, man. Waffles is having a rough go of it. I'm sending all my good vibes and think minty thoughts. Alright, that's gold. This is gold. Her waistband is out of the picture, and her headband is gold. Now, I haven't done anything with this yet, because it's just a thought that I haven't really given much time to. I've kind of been thinking of creating a second DeviantArt account that just focuses on adoptables. Because I want I have a bunch of designs that I'd like to sell, but I don't want to, like, plug up my main channel with a bunch of adoptables and comic pages at the same time. So I'm wondering if I should just make a second account and it's just my adoptables. So then every message from that account I would know it's just solely about purchases and whatnot. But if I also just make the month of August the month of adoptables, because that's what I was thinking, just having August be my adoptables month, because I hate working on my stories in the summer because the summer just saps all of my creativity and I can't think of anything. So if I just use a bunch of, like, randomized character generators and then like, just sell a bunch of adoptables willy-nilly in the month of August. That's just a thing I've been thinking about a lot recently. I was told try harder by so many of my sister's friends. Being really toxic. Being bullied for being a lesbian while I was... Good God, they still doing that nowadays? Yeah. I remember being told try harder. Or if you just applied yourself. Ugh. It's like, I physically cannot. Ma'am. No, it's okay to vent here on the channel. I'd say this chat is a, quote, safe space for venting, but at the same time, don't, like, get, too personal with the venting. You know, like, be safe on the internet. Don't give away personal information. But if we're talking about, like, Transformers or something, and you come in here, like, and then someone comes in here, like, my pet lizard just died, and then they only talk about the lizard while we're all trying to talk about Transformers and have a good time. It's like, hey, I'm sorry, buddy, but read the room, time and place. But yeah, I was venting so we all can vent together. I mean, making a second account on a social media thing, I'm no stranger to that, because I already made, like, a second Toy House account that's just for my fandom characters. Which I did as a business ploy. Because if I keep my official characters on one profile, and then my silly fandom OCs on another, when I eventually say, hey, here's the official profile for my characters for an official property. I don't want them to accidentally run into my cringy has-been hotel OC, you know? Hey, Waffles, if you're getting a headache and just want to rest and lay down for a bit, lay down, put the phone down, or whatever you're watching me on. I mean, be safe, recover, sleep. Take some medicine if you have to. Oh, no, not that one, not that one. There we go. Hashtag Crow. Call me as a Mary Sue. Don't know who that character is, but at the same time, I don't know why people are so allergic to the idea of a Mary Sue. I mean, yeah, on a technicality, having a Mary Sue is bad writing and doesn't make it fun, but they're like, oh my god, I'm so afraid that my character who's overpowered and likable might be a Mary Sue. So, just give him a character flaw. It's not that hard. I've been on the internet for a while. I know people just want to point and scream Mary Sue or point and yell cringe whenever you have like a fandom OC that you ship with a canon character. But it's like, you know what? Fuck you. Have fun. I got plenty of self-insert OCs that I just keep to myself. A few of them I've even put in a lot of my stories, but I changed the stories just enough to where, they're no longer, like, really me anymore. So am I using this brown to shade or just add texture? That one word got to see from 2 streams ago. Was it your OC or one I was drawing? Because I don't remember. mean, it's impressive that this original creator used, like, markers and whatnot. But for goodness. Goodness sakes, this is very well rendered, but also shaded. Please, for the love of God, do not shade your reference sheets. No shading allowed. Oh, your OC. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. When you bring up, like, conversations from past streams, it's gonna take me a moment because I barely remember what I had for breakfast. Which, a poor memory is a sign of hashtag trauma. But at the same time, a lot happens during my stream, so if you asked me, like, 10 minutes from now what happened, it's like, I have no idea. There was a bit where we talked about Undertale for a while. That was cool. I'm also going to use this as a bit of shading. Oh, what's her eye color? Is it the same as her wings or her hair? I'm gonna say it's the same as her hair. Oh, that's, oh, never mind. So I'm gonna make her hair, her eyes a little, you know what, actually, hold on, let me just pull up her official ref on the Bitskin. You're gonna have a bad time. Okay, so I'm just gonna up the saturation of her eye color. And, oops-a-daisy, forget her hair. Or, I mean, her eyebrows. Well, don't worry, folks. I will be over-rendering the fuck out of all of this when I do the background of this piece. Don't you worry your little hearts. I am the queen of over-rendering. And I'll just shade this area so I don't have to think about it. And then the majority of her feathers are this color. Drawing my friend's OC right now. That is so fun. This is why I love Art Fight. You get to draw other people's OCs, characters you usually wouldn't have drawn otherwise. Like, I would never have drawn a harpy if it weren't for Art Fight. Because usually my winged creatures, my winged OCs are either like griffins, pegasi, or very furry. You know? I usually don't put wings on my people. That's better. The Art Fight people have the prettiest OCs. There's so many of them where I'm like, ooh, I love your color palette. Or I have so many OCs and like Art Fight friends that I want to attack this year, but we ended up all on the same team, and Friendly Fire splits points, like gives half the points to the other team, and I'm like, damn it, I want to win this year. So that means I have to limit my Friendly Fire. Well, then Honeybeast joined the Art Fight scene this year, and I'm just, God dang it! I really wanted to attack Honeybeast. But then she chose Team Stardust, and it's... Like, you know, I'll do all these attacks, and for every, like, 3 attacks, I'll do 1 Friendly Fire. I'll allow myself 1 Friendly Fire. It can't tip the scales that much, can it? And if it does, then everyone on Team Stardust owes me a thank you for helping them win. Because of Friendly Fire. It was a liner, I was fucking it up. Yeah, do you draw traditionally? 'Cause yeah, I remember that traditionally. If you screw up a line, well, oops. There you go. It's there forever now, unless you got white out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna add a layer. Traditional and digitally. Woof. absolutely love highly detailed characters. It's just so fun, 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 fun. I'm having fun. No, I am actually. I'm just joking. There we go. That's much more better. I'm a beginner, so the way of this is gonna suck. Oh, well. With that kind of mentality, it always will. I'm slowly trying to convince myself of the school of thought where if you wouldn't say it to a friend, you shouldn't say it to yourself. But that's just on the base of fundamental that your friends are the people you can be the most honest with. And damn, that shooting turned out good, actually. If I've learned anything about art, is that the vast majority of the process is just you going, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, and then, oh, suddenly it turns out. You just gotta... I know they say trust the process, like, a lot, but surprisingly, it's actually solid advice. Trust the process. And the process is long, it is arduous, and you're gonna make mistakes along the way. That is way too pink. How long have I been streaming for? Jeez. 4 hours. Well, I did say this stream was going to be a long haul. You've got nothing on us, na, 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 na. Let's go. Wonderballs. You've got nothing on us, na, 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 na. Let's go. Shadow gods. Boom. For her shirt, actually, I'm gonna bring it down to here. Because this is where it would be. And then everything else will just be shaded over. Boop. 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 You know, thinking about it, the advice, if you wouldn't say it about a friend, you shouldn't say it about yourself, is only applicable if you're not an asshole. It's like, if you're someone like... Well, I don't mean to point names here, but if you're someone like Pokimane, who would constantly talk shit about her friends behind their back, or like Creepshow, who is just super two-faced and whatnot, then oh, really? That rule no longer applies to you. Then in that case, if you would say it about your friend, that probably means you actually think it about yourself. So there. Okay, so now for this background, we're gonna go with a sunset over the sea. And of course, water is so flipping hard for me to render, but that doesn't stop me from putting it in every other goddamn illustration I work on. Because F it, we ball. Did I color that? God dang. Did I do that? Who did that? Huh. I might actually finally start to understand color theory. Now let's see if I learn my lesson. Right now. Alright, hang on. My program froze. And this is another example of trust the process, of the process of eventually you'll land somewhere that you're semi-happy with, or you'll just give up. Maybe if I use the watercolor brush, that might help. Color mixing, let's just turn that down. I think my problem with water is that I over-rely on the airbrush tool and literally nothing else for when I render. And I've gotten in a just a particular flow of rendering, so whenever I do it, it automatically looks either like sand or wood. Because despite how many pictures I've looked at of a sunset over the sea, I am still baffled about how it's actually supposed to work. Am I supposed to... No, that doesn't look right. Is it a zigzag thing? No, that looks wrong. Well, let's save. Let's breathe. Let's calm down. Perhaps currently I have art blindness. Because of how long I've been at it. How did that make it work? Alright, now, let's dissect the science of this. How does this work? How did this suddenly make it look better? Was it just the saturation was too high? How did that turn out? A mystery we shall take to our graves. On with the over-rendering now. So, you know what? We live and learn. I will keep that in mind. If the water isn't turning out quite right the way I want it to, lower the opacity on something. Yeah, that looks good. Ah. Who's Queen of the Lighting? Moi. Oh. Ugh. I mean, I don't mean to pat myself on the back here, but wow. This turned out way better than I saw it in my head. Okay, maybe the wings looked a little more detailed in my head, but everything looks more detailed in my head. But the rendering is like, damn. This turned. Don't say that. Cringe. Literal cringe, my guy. Now, we still have the problem of the border. In the art piece, that is. Or can you imagine taking that out of context? That would get me canceled, just taking that out of context. We have a problem with the border. Alright. I am gonna save real quick while I drink. My throat is so sore because of all the hecking smoke in my area. And it's also really hot, so we have the fans going constantly, so my throat really hurts. Well, you know, if I had just to see how it looks. I think the circle is fine, actually. Because I feel like if I add a border, it would just add too much and take away from the character and the background. But the real question is, what do I mark this as? I mean, clearly this is a half body. But do I mark this as detailed background? Because, I mean, clearly it is with the water. But it's like just a circle. So is this actually an abstract pattern? I don't know. This is the wrong green to be using for my signature, but at this point, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna make it more blue. I'm gonna add it somewhere where it would be pretty difficult to remove, but at the same time not too invasive. But that's... The one that gets you the most points. Well, I don't want to lie on my application sheet. Alright, we have 2 more. This one, I don't know anything about her story, but I know her name is Nova, and she's a hell of a boss OC. So, and she's got purple, pink, and teal in her color palette, so you know I had to. Where's Nova's? Right there it is. Oh, that's too far. We'll fix your hidden stars. I just went too far. It might be a bit too wide, but whatever. Whatever. Well, she's not busty in the chest area, so I need to be mindful of that because I can't help myself sometimes. She looks more like a fox right now than a hellhound, but it might just be her ears. Like if I okay, that looks a little better. Well, okay, then I just made it worse. Team Stardust, and I can't do R5 because I don't have the time. That's understandable. It's just a fun little thing. Her head looks too broad. Alright, let's turn off free transform. Oh, her hair actually goes down to here. Okay. Maybe when I'm doing the line art. Traditionally, line art's a pain in the butt. Digitally, line art's a breeze for me. Because I am so perspectively challenged. She's supposed to be leaning forward when doing this pose, so I don't... I'll fix her legs. I'm gonna try to get my farthest on this piece, and then I might call it quits, because I can feel myself getting a little, tired and needing to take a break. I feel like instead of having her do that peace sign thing, I wish I could show you guys what I'm talking about, because it's actually... Ah, I did it wrong in my initial pose. So instead of, you know, like doing the jacked peace sign, she should actually be doing the pointy peace sign. I mean, that looked really bad. Which I don't know why I didn't catch that before, because I've drawn that pose before. I have an official character who is currently in that pose on her official riff. Why did I not catch that before? Damn it all. Are you fucking kidding me? This always happens to me. Fuck my life. In the wise words of Jontron, I have no idea what I'm doing. I think I'm just gonna start over. You know, with the way this poses, you think I'm actually drawing her from behind. I'm actually trying to draw her from the front. It's just the spine there adds more of a... Let's just draw really big fake boobies. No, no thick thighs. Come on, Rune. Pay attention. She doesn't have that thick thighs. You know, what I could do is just do like a sketch dump. It'd be really hard to quantify. Because if you do multiple of one character in a single, attack, I don't think it counts, like, at all. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna end stream and figure out her poses after I take like a 3-hour break. Just to rest my voice, because it hoits. So, thank you all so much for watching, whether you're new or old to this channel. Either way, I love you. I stream every Tuesday, 9 p.m. to whenever I crash and burn. And I usually post videos on Thursdays. This Thursday, probably not, because I'm working on a behind-the-scenes super secret project that I have sneak peeked in my shorts, so pay attention there. Because I posted a little behind the scenes, and while the video is probably going to get a copyright strike because I'm using an official song, I will be posting it in parts on my shorts to at least help get some revenue. Anyway, that's what's going on with me. We are currently in the throes of art fight. Go Team Stardust. And I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.